So thank you. Attendance today and members of the public watching us online to the Township of South Glengarry's regular meeting of council of June 20th. I'm going to call the meeting to order. So moved by Martin Lang. Oh, sorry, maybe before I start, I'll mention that Mayor Warden could not be with us today because of a last-minute personal matter that he had to attend to, so he sends his regrets. So that's why I'm here at the front of the table today. So, back to calling the meeting to order, moved by Martin Lang, seconded by Rebecca Luck. Be it resolved that the June 20th, 2022 regular council meeting of the Township of South Glengarry now be opened at 7:01 p.m. All in favor? Okay, carried. Thank you. Now I would like us all to rise for the singing of our national anthem. Thank you very much. For this meeting, are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest or general nature thereof? Councillor Luck?
Thank you, through you, Ms. Chair. I'd like to declare on item 6A for the asset management plan as I work with EBB Engineering, and item 10D Barlinger Point.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So noted. Now, approval of the agenda. Are there any additions, deletions, or amendments to the agenda for this evening?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. We have a couple of additions to the agenda this evening, those being item 7I, which is the addition of the First Line Road pipe arch purchase, an action request. And we also have the addition of item 10E, being a request for a donation for the Martintown Canada Day celebrations. Additionally, we have a couple of items that have been requested to be pulled from the consent agenda for discussion, those being item 9F, the report regarding the Public Works facility, and item 9G being the rate increase for Cornwall Electric. Those two items will be added to section 10 items for consideration.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much, Ms. Campo. Okay, so no other changes? No. So then moved by Rebecca Luck, seconded by Sam McNair. Be it resolved that the Council of the Township of South Glengarry approve the agenda as amended. All in favor? Okay, carried. Thank you. Now moving on to approval of the minutes from previous meetings. The first item on the approval of minutes are the previous meeting minutes from June 6th, 2022. Were there any additions, deletions, or amendments that were seen for those minutes? No? Okay. Seeing none, then moved by Sam McDonnell, seconded by Rebecca Luck. Be it resolved that the minutes of the June 6, 2022 regular council meeting be adopted as circulated. All in favor? Okay, carried. Then the next item are for the minutes of the special meeting of June 6, 2022. Or were there any additions or deletions or amendments for those ones? No, seeing none. Moved by Rebecca Luck, seconded by Martin Lang. Be it resolved that the minutes of the June 6, 2022 special council meeting be adopted as circulated. All in favor? Thank you, carried. And we know that you'll make a very positive difference with this new learning, both to the township and for yourself personally. So thank you and well done. Thank you. And yeah, we can clap. And then second of all, we'd like to recognize our fire chief, Dave Robertson, who I'm not sure, I don't think, has he arrived yet? But we'll be, oh, he's on, excellent, thank you. I'm glad to see that you're with us, Chief. So we'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate our fire chief, Dave Robertson, on his achievements in the municipal administration program. So Chief Robertson, he completed this program earlier this year, so we want to take the opportunity to acknowledge that tonight. And thank you very much for continuing to work on your professional advancement. Thank you. So, thank you very much. And so then, at this moment, then I will invite Marco Vincelli of EVB Engineering, who is going to do a presentation for us with respect to South Glengarry's asset management plan. Okay. So, and just before, Mr. Vincelli, before you start off, our CAO, Tim Mills, would like to say a few words.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, through you. I just wanted to add that we are incredibly proud of the team that's developed and the township's prepared asset management plan in draft form that you'll see this evening. As a reminder to council, we received a grant through the Federation of Canadian Municipalities of almost $50,000, which was used to secure the services of EVB to provide assistance with completing the plan. The importance of the plan can't be understated. We're talking about infrastructure all the time and the millions of dollars upon millions of dollars that bridges, roads, culverts, and so on cost. So we're looking at incorporating this into our corporate, departmental, and staff processes to make things more efficient but effective. So I'll turn it over to Marco. A big thank you to two staff members, particularly Infrastructure General Manager Sarah McDonald and our Director of Water Wastewater Dylan Seguin and other staff that have contributed to this. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. If I may add also a thank you to the former Treasurer, Mr. McDonald, who kickstarted this process for us. So with that, I'm going to give Mr. Vincelli a quick little intro. Tim, Mr. Mills kind of stole some of my thunder, so this will be short and sweet. A reminder that we are undertaking this process to comply with Ontario Regulation 588/17, the Asset Management for Municipal Infrastructure Regulation. About 8 months ago, we brought EVB Engineering on board, and Mr. Vincelli is their project manager for this project and started work. We really kicked it into high gear, I'd say 6 months ago, and EVB has been instrumental in leading the charge for us. So thank you, Marco, for that. And tonight he's going to be providing us with an overview of that asset management plan. And as part of that regulation, we're working towards meeting our deadlines, and it will be available prior to July 1st, and we're anticipating council approval and acceptance and approval at our July 4th meeting. So with no further ado, here's Marco.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Your Worship, and Council Administration for your time tonight. This is a very important piece of strategic plan to have in place for the township, as it'll guide how your capital dollars will be spent in the next years to come. So I'm not sure how up to date everyone is on asset management planning. So what an asset management plan does is it helps a municipality identify what assets they own, what conditions they're in, what condition do you want them to be in, and then what will it take in order to get your asset continuously providing those levels of service into the future. So what we're going to try to do for you tonight is just answer these 6 basic questions. And they are, what do you own and where is it? What is it worth? What condition is it in? What needs to be done to maintain that infrastructure so it provides the service that you desire? And when does it need to be done? So the asset management is a system that will accomplish these items for the municipal administration and council. So you will maintain the delivery of the services. So you'll identify what level of service you want each one of these asset categories to deliver, and then implement the plan in order to make sure that that is delivered in the future. So you'll plan for any of the capital upgrades that are required to maintain those services. You'll identify risks that could have an impact on the ability for those infrastructure components to deliver the services that the municipality is currently providing. And then you'll budget smartly. So you'll prioritize your capital projects so that you can plan your capital budgets for the years to come and hopefully minimize the impact of those capital costs on the residents of South Glengarry. So Ontario Regulation 588-17 was mentioned. The name of that regulation is Asset Management Planning for Municipal Infrastructure. So within this regulation, there were 4 phases. We're currently looking at the deadline for phase 2. So back in June of 2019, the township did pass a policy that was for your strategic asset management policy. We're currently working towards the delivery of the asset management plan for the core municipal infrastructure assets. Core assets would include your roads, bridges, water, wastewater, and storm infrastructure. Coming in 2024, the municipality will have to work towards developing a similar plan for all of your non-core infrastructure, which would include your buildings, your vehicles, and other equipment that are owned by the township. And then in 2025, there's another deadline, and that is to develop the desired level of service that the municipality wants to deliver to the residents, and then identify what it's going to take to deliver it. So again, here's just a summary of the overview of some of the assets that township has. So we've gone through what's included in the core infrastructure assets. So on June 17th, 2009, the township adopted Bylaw 40-2019, which was your strategic asset management policy. Since that policy has been brought into place, there has been some staffing changes within the township. So I believe later in this agenda tonight, there's a staff report which is going to recommend making some changes to the policy, which would reflect that the general manager of infrastructure would be taking the lead role in the implementation of the asset management plan for the township, and redefine the treasurer's role within the bylaw. So this isn't the first asset management plan that the township has on record. There was one prepared back in 2016. So this is just an overview of how it was valued, the assets that the township owned back in 2016 compared to how we've valued them today. It's important to note that in the 2016 asset management plan, all of your water and sanitary assets, the valuation was based on an infrastructure report that had been prepared back in 2008. So the numbers were slightly out of date. So what we have done is we've looked at the unit rates we're currently using for all of our clients for similar projects. And we've developed inventories of all of these assets and then applied the revised unit rates to bring them up to a $2022. So in doing so, the total assets that are owned by the township have risen from 99 million to 236 million dollars. Now, what makes up the $236 million? So this is what the subcategory groups are within each one of those main asset categories. For the roads network, we would have all the asphalt roads, the surface treated roads, the granular roads, all your street lights and sidewalks that are owned by the township. For the bridges, there's two different styles of bridges that I've seen through your OSIM reports, and they are your single span bridge and then your 3-span bridge. Any structure that spans more than 3 meters has been included in the asset category for a bridge network, because that is how the Ministry of Transportation of Ontario has defined bridge and culvert structures. For the small minor culverts that go through the roads, they would be included in the road network asset category. So your water network assets would include all of the water treatment plants the township own, the water storage, which would be your elevated tower in Lancaster, all of your water mains, and then your drinking water appurtenances would be all your fire hydrants and water valves that are in the ground. So everything's been inventory and valued and added to this asset category. And then in the sanitary network, we would have your water pollution control plants, your sewage pumping stations, all of your sewers, force mains, manholes, and other service connections to each of the individual properties. So what condition is everything in? So there's two factors that contribute to an asset's condition. And the first is looking at the physical condition of the asset and its ability to provide the service that it's intended for. And then the second factor would be the level of service. So how does it compare to how you want that asset to perform? So when we combine all of the conditions for the existing assets that the township own, this pie chart on this table show that over 80% of the township's infrastructure are higher, fair or higher than fair in condition. So that's excellent. There's only 1% that's in critical. That's mostly related to those assets at the water and wastewater treatment plants that are at the end of their useful service life. So although they are currently performing their duties, like the HVAC system, those units could be upwards to 30 or 40 years of age, and they are going to be reaching their end of their service life and requiring replacement at some point soon. So if we were to look at each of the asset categories, you'll see in the road network, there are no critical lengths of roads in the township. In the bridge assets category, there's 3 groupings. There are some that are in poor condition. These are mostly related to guardrails that do not comply with the MTO regulations, and the second line bridge, which is scheduled to be completed within the next couple of weeks, sorry. The water networks and sanitary network, again, a lot of the critical components there are related to the mechanical systems in the plants that are just getting close to the end of the useful service life. For the sanitary network, there was some closed circuit television inspections of the sewers in Lancaster, I believe, and through the use of key factor indicators that were developed and are presented within the report, there were some sanitary sewers that were identified to be in need of repair. So they'll be flagged and addressed through the capital plan. So the current level of service. The regulation defines 2 factors when a municipality has to look at the level of service their infrastructure is providing to their residents. One is the community level of service, and what that does is it categorizes a group of matrices that are very subjective and kind of difficult to directly measure how they could be improved. They are mostly related to how many kilometers of roads per kilometer squared of surface area are within the township. So they're just ratios of factors that can be compared between municipalities. The technical level of service is much more easy to measure, and we'll look at a couple of those in the proceeding slides. So the current levels of service, these are examples, and what's important to note are these are the current levels of service. So I had highlighted in 2025 there's going to be another deliverable from the township, and in that next, or this 2 updates from now, the township is going to have to identify what their desired level of service is for all of their infrastructure. An example of that would be for your roads. So if you look at this table currently, your average pavement condition index for all of your paved roads, which include your asphalt roads as well as your double surface treated roads, are currently rated at 62, which is a fair category. So when the township moves forward in 2025, they will be asked to identify what is the desired level of service that the municipality wants to achieve. Do you want to increase that to an average of 70, or do you want to maintain it at 62? And then you'll be looking at the budget impacts of trying to achieve that desired level of service and how that impacts the required revenues in order to support your infrastructure. So that hasn't been done in this version of the asset management plan, but it will have to be looked at by 2025. So what needs to be done next? So for the road network, the township has put together a major capital investment of $4.8 million this year and next year in order to improve the pavement condition index for the road networks. For the bridge network, there's a plan in place to match the OSIM requirements. The OSIM is the Ontario Structures Inspection Manual, so it's a requirement from the Ministry of the Transportation of Ontario to have a regular inspection of all your bridge inventory, and it produces recommendations over a 10-year period of what structures need capital works. So part of the road committee that did look at the bridge networks, and we have ensured that there's enough reserves being put aside to cover the capital works that have been identified in your OSIM reports. For the water network, the township has received some funding through the Investing in Canada infrastructure program to construct a water tower in Glen Walter, as well as do some water main upgrades within the village. So that has rolled in to the 10-year capital plan, as well as the recommendations from the master plan, which included the preparation of a Schedule C environmental assessment, which has been recently awarded and it will be underway shortly. So it is expected that once that Schedule C environmental assessment is complete, that there will be some proposed new works in the Glen Walter area. We do know that the water pollution control plant there is at its rated capacity, and the water treatment plant is near its committed capacity. So that is definitely an indication that there's some expansion requirements needed in the Glen Walter area. On the sanitary system, it's identical to the water situation for the Glen Walter area. So when we have looked at your commitments that you've made to your roads through the road committee, as well as the bridge commitments, we've tied in the spending on water for Glen Walter's storage tank in 2023, the Glen Walter water treatment plant in 2028, and the Glen Walter water pollution control plant in 2025. This is the expected capital requirements for the next 10 years for the township. Now, this does not take into any consideration the funding that can potentially be received from higher levels of government, which would definitely help make those two larger projects more affordable to the residents here in the township. So what are the next steps? So the next steps for the core infrastructure would be to continue doing the traffic counts and verifying the operating conditions of the road network, which has an impact on the classification of the roads and then back feeds into its condition index. The road need study have to be done every 5 years. The last one was done in 2020, so there's a few years before the next one's required. And then the identification of the desired level of service will be due in 2025. For the bridge networks, the OSIM reports have to be done on a 2 or a 3 year basis, depending on the structures. And again, its desired level of service have to be identified by 2025. For the water network, a system's being put into place by Mr. Sege to track the water main breaks so that we can use those to as a key performance indicator on the condition of the water mains within the township. It's very expensive to do internal condition inspections on water mains compared to sanitary sewers or storm sewers. So water main breaks are the main indication of the condition of those types of pipes. And again, we're working on completing the water model for the Lancaster water distribution system. One of the level of service indicators for a water system is the ability to provide fire flows. Currently, Lancaster is the only system that has been designed to provide fire flows to its residents. So through the completion of that water model, we should be able to determine if that entire system can achieve the fire flows that are required. The sanitary system, the administration's working on a CCTV inspection program to complete the inspection of all the sanitary and sanitary systems within the township, as well as working on the future budgeting for a wastewater model, which will help achieve what areas of the sewers are going to be able to accept additional flows in the future and support growth. The stormwater system similarly need to be identified. Currently, there was not a comprehensive inventory of the storm sewers throughout the township, so it's currently being worked on and compiled so that we can incorporate that in the next version of the asset management plan. Similar to the sanitary sewers, they should also be inspected using CCTV technology so that we can see what the condition is inside the pipes, and then a capital plan can be put together for the storm sewer network. And the next steps for the non-core infrastructure, the two groups that would be included in the non-core infrastructure for the township are buildings. So Sarah and administration are working on preparing an inventory of those buildings. And then we'll have to work on how administration wants to complete the condition assessment of the buildings so that when the asset management is being prepared for this category in 2024, there is a measurement of the existing condition of those structures. And similarly to the buildings, the vehicles and the equipment that is owned by the township then has to be inventoried, and I believe that is being undertaken, and then it needs to have a condition assessment of those components completed so that when 2024 rolls around, the asset management plan can be updated to include these asset categories. So this is really an overview of everything that's contained in the asset management plan. There are a lot more detail in the asset management plan if you have an opportunity to go through it. It identifies all of the key performance indicators on how the conditions for all the assets have been developed. So if you have an opportunity to review it and you have any questions, you're more than welcome to give me a call and we can discuss, or I can come back and make another presentation to clarify any questions that council or administration has. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vincelli. And as CEO Mills said earlier on, certainly staff have been working on asset management planning, diligently over the last several years. And, we had a lot of these components well underway. For example, like the vehicles, that one is definitely well underway, but it's very helpful to have the opportunity to have you come in from like an outside perspective to help us, dial in and focus those efforts. So thank you very much for your presentation. And I'll open it up to members of council if they have any questions. So I see that Councillor Lang, you'd like to go ahead?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Vincelli, for the report. Getting feedback here. I don't know if it's just me. It's exciting, but it's scary to see these numbers, and it's easy to kind of let us just look at them as a bunch of numbers. But this council, I think, has been quite involved in wanting to know this, and our mayor has said, or our deputy mayor said, we've been working on this way, but along this way for a little while. But so $236 million worth of core assets. Doesn't include all the non-core assets, which could be many, many millions of dollars more. And I just was thinking to myself, if they last approximately 25 years, maybe on average, some last less, some would last more, hopefully. But if you just took the 236 million divided by 25 years that they might last, that's $9.5 million, that's our total budget. We haven't even looked at the non-core. So it makes us realize how seriously we have to look at this and how closely we have to look at this, and the challenges that we're going to have in the future to be able to keep the level of service that I think our population deserves and expects. It's going to be tough to do, because when you throw all the millions of dollars more in for vehicles and buildings that we own and different properties, and so. But I think we have to do it. It's exciting to do it, but a little scary. But let's I don't want to. We can't just run into a blind and not do it. So I think it's great that we're getting down this path, and we'll see how it goes.
Other questions? No? All right. Well, then, thank you very much, Mr. Vincelli, and I'm sure we'll have you again in the future. Thank you. So then moving into action requests. Next item is 7A, vaccination verification policy, June review. I'm handing it over to CAO Mills.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Well, here I am again, 3 months in a row, talking about the vaccination verification policy. I could go over it in detail, but it's the same details pretty much as the last two reports. Just a reminder to council that we're still in the throes of some community members getting COVID-19, and indirectly or directly at times that impacts the workplace. That being said, it's 2.5 years. We've done really well with our policies and procedures. We're not hearing as much of it on the news. Now the border restrictions have been lifted. We have the policy there if it's the wish of council to rescind it tonight. The main thing as far as impacting staff is we have 10 firefighters that are on leave right now because of the policy. And we have 2 staff members that are not one firefighter, sorry, and 1 staff member, but who follow the policy. So that being said, I'll turn it back over to you, Madam Chair, for any questions from council.
Thank you very much, CAO Mills. Maybe I'll start before handing it over to other members of council for comments. In terms of where I'm at with this policy, certainly there's probably a move to lifting these sorts of policies, sort of generally speaking, but in our case, considering that we deal with vulnerable populations, and also we provide medical care also for through first response. I think I'm still of the opinion that we should keep the policy in place pending further review. But now I'll pass it on to Anyone else who would like to comment? Councillor McNamara.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'm still of the same opinion as I was at the first meeting. I think it should be removed. At this point, I think it served its purpose. I think at this point, we're beyond the need to have it. It's not really getting to be a frequent issue. We don't see as much of it. I mean, knock on wood, we don't want any of our people getting sick ever, but I mean, at this point, I think we're, maybe I'm beating a dead horse here, but I'm still of the opinion it should come off. It should have come off about 3 months ago, and if it's not coming off tonight, I'd ask that it be reviewed at a bi-weekly, on terms of bi-weekly. So at every council meeting, I'd like to see it come back. CAO Mills is probably going to kill me for that, but I'll put it out there.
Thank you, Councillor McDonnell. Councillor Lang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm, as of last meeting, I'm still the same opinion. I'm ready to remove it. I think it's time. It's getting hard to find somebody that I know that hasn't had COVID at least once, and some of them several times. Anyway, we'll see how it goes. Whatever council decides.
Go ahead, Councillor Locke.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor. I know I have been the same opinion as you up till now. However, with all the restrictions now easing and with the latest one with travel, we're just seeing so many restrictions being lifted in the sense that now we don't even require to even see a vaccine mandate. And as Councillor McDonnell said, I think it has served its purpose in the sense that anyone who would have been vaccinated by now, they're not going to change their mind. So I'm going to say we rescind the policy.
So therefore, in terms of rescinding the policy, there are two options suggested by staff. One that I read as being an immediate rescinding, or the second being rescinding effective June 30th. I don't know if CEO Mills wants to comment on whether or not one version or the other has a big impact on staff.
Through you, Madam Chair, it would be the preference of the CAO that we be given a couple of weeks to figure it out. If we have a number of members, for example, the fire service, to re-enter, some things maybe changed in terms of operations. They want to get acclimatized, give the chief and the deputy chief and the station chiefs an opportunity to welcome them back if they want to come back. You always want time. I mean, to say it's tomorrow, we're going to be home late tonight.
Councillor Luck.
Then I will go with option B, so to vote for rescinding it as of June 30th in order to give staff ample opportunity. Thank you.
Councillor McDonnell.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, my preference would be option A, rescind immediately, but in the interest of staff time and resources, I could live with June 30th.
And I see Councillor Lang gave us a thumbs up for, I guess it's option B. So I guess because I get to have the microphone, I'll say just again, I'm of the opinion of it would be option C because we serve vulnerable populations, and particularly when it comes to first response and medical aid, I think that we should keep it in place. But certainly it's clearly the will of council that we're going to move ahead with. We're going to take a vote on option B. So I guess now I read it. So moved by Martin Lang, seconded by Rebecca Luck. Be it resolved that staff report 84/2022 be received and that the council of the Township of South Glengarry hereby, so option B, hereby rescinds policy 06/2021, being the vaccination verification policy, effective June 30th, 2022. All in favor? So carried. Okay. Now, so next item is 7B. Appoint Court of Revision, Mcnair and Drain, and it'll be Ms. Deputy, not Deputy, Clerk Kelly Campo who will speak to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. Council will be, is becoming very familiar with the Mcnair and Drain. It's come up at a couple of recent council meetings. So the purpose of my report this evening is for council to appoint a court of revision with regards to the Mcnair and Drain engineer's report. So essentially what the Court of Revision is it's essentially an appeals committee. So at our last meeting on June the 6th, council passed a bylaw provisionally to accept the engineer's report for the Mcnair and Drain. So essentially a first and second reading was given to that bylaw. We are now in I guess the appeals phase of the drain process where excuse me, I'm not overly familiar with drains. This is a new process for me, but this is essentially a phase where those who are in the affected area can file an appeal if they are being assessed. So in order to receive those appeals, we need to have what is called a court of revision, and that is essentially an appeals committee of 3 members of council. So you will, what we're requesting through this report tonight is for you to select 3 members of council who will sit on that committee. Should we receive any appeals, there will be a meeting of the Court of Revision, and we will not be able to proceed in the process and give a final reading to that bylaw until all appeals have been received and dealt with. So the purpose of the report tonight is to establish who those 3 members are going to be on the Court of Revision, and once we've established that, we'll be sending a notice out to all of the affected property owners to advise them as to how they can file an appeal.
Thank you, Ms. Campo. If you could maybe just, if you can, recognizing it's sort of new to all of us, what kind of time commitment, or, you know, is this something that they would meet once? Like we accumulate all the appeals and they have to be in one by one certain date, and then the Court of Revision would deal with them all at once, or is there more to it in terms of time commitment?
Through you, Madam Chair, it's my understanding that we would hear all of the appeals at once. So forgive me, I don't have the exact date off the top of my head, but I believe we are, based on the timelines, we're planning for the Court of Revision to meet in and around July 20th. That date's popping out, I could be wrong, but it's towards the end of July where we would have the Court of Revision meeting, and essentially it would be that one hearing to hear all appeals.
Thank you very much. I'll open it up to council, see if there's any interested parties, or I'll start with Councillor Lang.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, I'm going to nominate Rebecca Luck. We have a newer member in council, but an engineer, and I think would be well suited to look at these things.
Do you accept the nomination, Councillor Luck?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, I do, and thank you for the nomination.
Okay, excellent, thank you. Councillor McNeil, you had your hand up.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I was going to make a nomination as well. I was going to nominate Councillor Lang, given I think he's had a bit of interaction in the drainage department around home, so I'll leave it to his name on the table.
Councillor Lang?
Thank you, I'll accept.
Excellent. I am interested in participating, just again as a learning experience, but I don't know, Councillor McDonnell, if you have a
As far as a pressing desire, not necessarily. It's, I was going to say if you'd like a nomination, I'd be happy to nominate you. If not, I'd be happy to take the seat as well.
I think I'd like to do it if that's okay. Do I formally need to be, have to be nominated by, no, I can just say I want to do it. But thank you for the offer, Councillor McDonnell. Okay, so we have then, okay, so I'll read the motion. So it's moved by Rebecca Luck, seconded by Sam McDonnell. Be it resolved that staff report 85, 2022 be received and that council appoint the following members of council to the Court of Revision for the Mcnair and Drain Engineers Report. So that would be myself, Stephanie Jaworski, Councillor Martin Lang, and Councillor Rebecca Luck. All in favor? Okay, carried. Did you notice there was a mistake? There's no law. Okay, excellent. Thank you. Next item is 7C, dog catcher wage and mileage increase. Now, I don't see Ms. Brunet in front of us. Ms. Haley, are you going to take this one? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Deputy Mayor. Ms. Brunet is away this week on municipal law enforcement training. So I'm happy to present the staff report on her behalf. So the purpose of the report this evening is because we recently received a request from Mr. Castleman, who's our current township dog catcher and municipal pound operator. And the request was to consider an increase in the hourly wage from the previous contract, or the current contract, I should say, and an increase to mileage. I think we all know that inflation has impacted we could understand how inflation could impact his operation, and he's requesting to go from $20 per hour to $22 per hour, and a mileage rate increase from 45 cents per kilometer, to our current rate of 0.59 cents kilometer. To consider this has resulted in a modification to the current contract. And so what's before you this evening is to consider this request. And if so, if you're willing to approve it, it would result in approving a new contract that would be in effect for 5 years from June 20th, 2022 to February 29th, 2027. Nothing else is going to change in the contract. The operations and the services that he provides are proposed to stay the same. And we do receive good service from Mr. Castleman, so we have no concerns with this request, and we ask council to consider the request and to approve accordingly.
Thank you very much, Ms. Haley. Any questions or comments from council? No. I think it was fairly straightforward, and I'd say from my perspective, likely a reasonable request considering how things are going these days in the economy. So I'll read the motion. It's moved by Sam McDonnell, seconded by Martin Lang. Be it resolved that staff report 86, 2022 be received and that the Council of the Township of South Glengarry enter into an agreement with Kevin Castleman for the provision of dog catching and pound operation services, and furthermore that the mayor and clerk be authorized to sign all relevant documents. So, all in favor? Okay, carried. Thank you. Next item is 7D, which is land donation to Habitat for Humanity, Cornwall and the counties. Over to you, Ms. Haley.
Thank you again, Mrs. Deputy Mayor. So in August of 2021, CAO Mills and myself had met with Lee Taggart, the Executive Director of the Habitat for Humanity for Cornwall and the counties. And the purpose of the meeting was Habitat for Humanity is hoping that we would be able to donate some land to them to meet their targets for 2023 and 2024. And so at that meeting, we talked about different lands that we could have available, and we presented to them a parcel of property that we owned in Green Valley that used to be owned and used by the municipality as recreational lands. And we presented this option to council in the fall of 2021. And at that time, council had asked us to consider different configurations for that parcel because it was quite large. So with the parcel being 0.83 acres, we did receive requests to say, could we consider creating that into 2 lots and possibly donating 2 lots to Habitat for Humanity? And then there was further discussion regarding the possibility of a semi-detached being built on each lot, resulting in 4 units in total. So that exercise was completed. We retained the services of Ron Jason Surveying. It did take a while. All the surveyors are very busy. And so as you can see within the report, I provided to you an excerpt of the kind of concept plan of how it could accommodate 2 building lots. So if the property was divided into two, the two building lots could meet the township zoning bylaw requirements. However, if Habitat for Humanity were to choose to build two semi-detached units, it would result in minor variances being required to reduce the minimum lot frontage per dwelling unit from 20 meters to 11. And that's simply because when you construct a semi-detached, you allocate land in front of each unit so that the homeowners of each unit would have sufficient land. So in this case, it would go from 20 meters to 11 meters, which is still a decent sized frontage for an urban lot. And then it would also require to reduce the minimum lot area per dwelling unit from 930 square meters to 835.68 square meters for the southern lot only. One thing to point out at this time is Habitat for Humanity has not decided if they would construct two single detached dwellings or two semi-detached dwellings, or a semi and one single. It really is going to come down to the community need. We also did consultation with our Director of Water and Wastewater Services, and Mr. Sege was able to confirm that we can allocate wastewater connections to these properties, whether they are semi-detached units or single detached units. The one thing that we can say is the Habitat for Humanity is very much looking forward to receiving these lots. They seem to be very appreciative, and they're looking forward to starting their site selection or family selection for 2023. And so it was important if we brought this, it was important to them that we bring this report to them as soon as possible so that we can donate the land so they can get the process started. They, I believe, are reluctant to start the process of seeking worthy families without having the land in hand. So in speaking with Ron Jason Surveying Company, which has now been purchased by IBW Surveyors, last week they believe that we could have the final survey. They thought they would have it to me by the end of last week, but it will probably be this week. So if council is agreeable, the purpose of this resolution is to donate the land to the Habitat for Humanity, and it would be two parcels that will be registered. So if there's any questions, please let me know.
Thank you very much, Ms. Haley. It's very interesting to see this project moving forward, going from surplus property to now hopefully, an excellent initiative in our township. We've had very successful builds with Habitat for Humanity in the past, and certainly with the housing crisis that's facing us, this is even all the more important. Mayor Warden did send me a quick question on this one, or something he would like me to share, is that he's very much of the mind that he would like Habitat to build semis. So to be able to get 4 units out of this, or 4 homes out of this initiative, again, to try and fill that gap of, where those are the types of housings that we have the least of in South Glengarry, and it definitely, there's a need for it in terms of the market. So Mayor Warden is asking if this can be a condition of this, of what we're doing tonight, that making it be semis. So that's his question and comment, I suppose.
Mrs. Deputy Mayor, I'd have a hard time committing to that or agreeing to that, because I really do believe it comes down to the community needs. One item that was brought to our attention, and Mr. Mills can add to this or correct me on this, is that when they have parcels of property that are in more of a rural area, it's more difficult to attract a family. And as we know, Green Valley is not near a lot of amenities. I cannot speak for them to assure council that they could be successful in making sure they have 4 family recipients as opposed to, 2 or 3. I'm sorry, I just feel like I'm not in a position to be able to speak for them. I think what we could do is certainly share council's goals with them. One thing to keep in mind too is we recently went through a zoning amendment to rezone that property from open space to residential 2. And the residential 2 zone allows for both a semi or a single. So if we would have known that, I could have rezoned it only to a semi-detached units, but we didn't consider that at that time. And we recently approved that zoning amendment at our last council meeting. I absolutely hear and respect what Deputy Mayor or excuse me, what our mayor is saying. I mean, we are talking about that every day, how we need different style of housing, we need more housing to accommodate, you know, different qualities of life, different goals of people in terms of how they live. But right now, as it stands, it would permit both. Sorry.
No, thank you very much, Ms. Haley. I'm certainly of the mind that I think the Habitat for Humanity are the experts in terms of what is appropriate. But certainly, I wanted to definitely share what Mayor Warden had to say, and you know, for other members of council also to consider it. So I see Councillor Lang has his hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. Yes, I know. I think we've done what we need to do to encourage it. We've had the survey plan done. We've shown that there is the option of doing that, and I think it's up to them to decide where to go from this point. And I am in favor of passing this for sure.
Any other comments? I did have a question on the funny little sliver that extends on that lot. I think at one point we had discussed about maybe, like, does it make sense to convey it the way it is, or perhaps more work's been done on that? If you could just touch on that, Ms. Haley.
No, I think that's an excellent question, and thank you. So we talked about the possibility of basically cutting that sliver off and allocating it to the properties to the east or west. But we also said that we would have the discussion with Habitat for Humanity to see if that was something that they would appreciate having, or if they felt that it was a hindrance to the development of the property. They said they would prefer to have it. They felt it was maybe a nice opportunity or a unique opportunity to allow for a walking path to the side street. In terms of the cost, it would have been quite costly for us to go through the process to have it surveyed, and then speak with the abutting property owners, whether we cut it down the middle and donate it to either land or donate it to one or the other. We would have incurred a few $1,000s of legal costs doing so, and the survey costs. So we opted to keep it as is because Habitat said they would be happy to have it.
Thank you very much. Okay, seeing no further comments or questions, I'll read the resolution. So it's moved by Sam Mcnair, seconded by Martin Lang. Be it resolved that staff report 87/2022 be received, and that the Council of the Township of South Glengarry authorizes the mayor and clerk to execute all applicable documents to transfer the property legally described as Lot A, Registered Plan 114, current PIN being 67115022, in the geographic township of Charlottenburg, now in the Township of South Glengarry, to Habitat for Humanity, Cornwall, and the counties. All in favor? Carried. Excellent. Thank you, Ms. Haley. Oh, and I see you have the next one as well, which is item 7E, transfer of forested lands to the RRCA. Thank you.
Thank you again. This is my last report. So the purpose of this staff report is to deal with two parcels of property that in the fall of 2021, Council had reviewed a list and a map of township-owned land that was previously declared surplus to the township's needs. And we also looked at different parcels of properties located within Lancaster Heights subdivision. Council chose not to declare two parcels of land surplus due to these properties being forested and contributing to the overall forest cover of the township. And these two parcels of properties, one is located on Caber Road, being part lot 13, concession 8, and the other one is located in Lancaster Heights, being part of lots 4 and 5, concession 9 in the former township of Lancaster. So as council is aware, we had retained Henry Forestry Services in the beginning of 2022 to do a review of the land to determine if it was worthy enough to keep for forest cover purposes, if it was worthy to have a forest management plan in place, as well as if there was any positive features in that parcel of property to create for recreational purposes. That report came back recommending that that they are worthy to keep and that they should be maintained, and that we could consider donating the lands or transferring the lands to either the United Counties of SD&G or the Raisin Region Conservation Authority. At our April 4th, 2022 council meeting, we had brought to council the option to have the land donated to either the United Counties or the RRCA, and at that time council had chosen to donate the land to the Conservation Authority. And on April 21st, the Conservation Authority Board of Directors reviewed the request and agreed to accept ownership and maintenance of the subject properties. And so if this resolution is approved, then the subject properties will be declared surplus, and direction will be provided to staff to transfer the ownership. In speaking with the Conservation Authority, we believe that most of the legal costs will be incurred by the RRCA, and we might have some small costs, but majority of the costs would be absorbed by the Raisin Region Conservation Authority. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Haley. And like the previous report, this is another nice one to see moving forward, something that, is, I assume will be passed tonight, and another nice legacy of this term of council in terms of preserving tree cover. So I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Moved by Rebecca Luck, seconded by Sam McNair. Be it resolved that staff report 88/2022 be received, and that the Council of the Township of South Glengarry declares the properties legally described as west half of Lot 13, Concession 8, Geographic Township of Charlottenburg, PIN number 6711-70099, and part of Lot 4 and 5, Concession 9, Geographic Township of Lancaster, PIN number 67153054, surplus to the needs of the township, and authorizes the mayor and clerk to execute all applicable documents to transfer the ownership of these properties to the Raisin Region Conservation Authority. All in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Mrs. Deputy Mayor, there's one comment that I'd like to add. This fits perfectly in our recently approved tree preservation, tree canopy, and natural vegetation policies. So this is a good start to checking off some of our goals within that policy. So thank you.
Thank you very much for adding that, Ms. Haley. So next item is 7F, procurement 18/2022, supply of 2 pumper apparatus. And I'm going to hand it over to Chief Robertson, who's joining us virtually tonight. I think you're on mute, Chief. We're not hearing you, but our meeting producers are just going to do a double check. Chief, if you want to try testing your audio once again, please. No, it's not working for us. Okay, Chief, we're going to, CO Mills is going to call you. So we're going to try patching your audio in that way. That we heard you. You want to try again just to make sure for everyone in the room? We're just going to address the feedback issue on our end. Just a minute.
How about now, if I, by phone, if I, does that work now?
Yep, we hear you loud and clear.
Okay, all right, thank you for that, all. Okay. Thank you, Council, and through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Our fiber fleet asset plan over the 2022 and 2023 fiscal years spoke to the need for replacement of some of our fire fleet. That those locations that was specified for 2022 was a 1996 Freightliner unit that is currently staged in the Martintown Fire Station. The budget that was allowed for that was $475,000 allocated in this year's budget. In April of this year, I forwarded a staff report to Council to request the consideration for a two-vehicle purchase that would span both the 2022 and 2023 fiscal years, and this request was approved by Council. So procurement was put out for 2 units, which closed on June the 13th of this of 2022. We specified a 2-door chassis. The 2-door chassis is is what was required for those 2 locations. We did, due to supply chain issues, we did open the tender and gave an allowance that proponents could propose other chassis styles if the cost and delivery time were advantageous to the tender. So 4 submissions were received. The proponents and the values are in the staff report. 2 of the proponents proposed 2-door chassis, and 2 did propose 4-door chassis, which are larger than we actually were requesting, but the delivery time frame was very advantageous for those chassis models. So when we ran the evaluation matrix, 2 proponents were tied for the lead, and they were dependable emergency vehicles and City View emergency vehicles. In the evaluation matrix, we looked at the 2. The submission from City View is are 2 vehicles, that are already in production. They meet the vast majority of what we're looking for. They are missing some items because they're already in production. These items can be added for an additional approximately $15,000 is what I'm proposing. The City View submission was $48,000 per vehicle less than the dependable quote. With that information, administration is, we recommend a tender for 2 vehicles be awarded to City View Specialty Vehicles. The 2022 capital budget, once again, had $475,000 allocated for the replacement of a single unit. Since November of 2021, when the capital budget was proposed, market forces and supply chain issues have elevated pricing on many items. That's my feeling on the increase in price over what was estimated at that time. So the second unit that was authorized by Council and the value of the increased cost per vehicle will be taken from fire reserves. So that's my staff report on the purchase and the suggestion, and I hope it came through as far as the audio. Any questions from Council?
No, the audio was actually very good, so thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chief Robertson. I see Councillor Lang has his hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, thank you, Mr. Robertson, for the report. I'm going to say something that's going to sound a little funny. I think this is a good news story, even though it's a little over budget, which we don't say very often. We get sick of things coming in over budget, but we estimated this price when we put it in our budget in November 2021, and I'm having a hard time believing it's this actually close. You know, only $15,000, $14,000 over, because their original price was $1,000 under. our budget. And this is for 2 trucks. The second one we would have been applying for next year, and I'm sure the prices are going to be that much higher next year, and availability almost non-existent likely. So, I mean, I think I'm in favor of this. I think we did reasonably well here, considering, you know, the way the market has gone. We could have come in with, and some prices did come in up to $100,000 higher. So it's, I think we got lucky here. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Lang, and I agree, it is a good news story, because I'm sure there's lots of situations where folks are not going to be getting units at all. So the fact that we're going to get 2, I think is excellent, and this is where the beauty of us having our asset management plan in place for some time for the fire fleet and having a good reserve enables us to take advantage, or pivot, as I love to say right now, with the situation and still be able to fulfill the needs of our fire service. Councillor Mcnair?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'll agree with what's been said. I think if you look at if you compare the low quote to some of the higher quotes, I think that's what we'd be looking at paying next year if we weren't in this position to be planning ahead and maybe pivoting, as you said, with the given market. As I'm sure most of you are aware, you look at our other vehicles that we've purchased in the past, still waiting on some of them, or a good part of them, vehicles we've purchased since 2020, just due to supply chain delays. So if these vehicles come in reasonably on time, it'll be, I think it'll be a true good news story as far as I'm concerned, and with the cost savings that'll probably come with it.
Councillor Luck?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Chief Robertson, I was hoping that you could just clarify, maybe this was asked in the previous meeting back in April, but for the 2 units that were replaced in the 96 and the 97, what happens to those vehicles, and do we recoup that cost, and does that get allocated towards this, or has that not even been established, or has it? I'm just kind of curious about the procedure there.
Okay, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Thank you for the question, Councillor Luck. Past practice, these units, I will come back to you in the coming month, or, sorry, not the coming month. Once we receive them, of course, we don't want to take units out of service prior to actually receiving the new ones. Once we do receive the new ones, we will deem these 2 units that are currently, that we're replacing, we'll place them as redundant, and we will bring them forward to you for permission to sell them, and those assets will be put towards fire reserves. That's past practice. So.
Thank you, Chief.
Are there any further questions? Okay, so then I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Be it resolved that Staff Report 89-2022 be received, and that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of South Glengarry award RFP 18-2022 to City View Specialty Vehicles for the amount of $474,150 per vehicle for 2 fire pumper vehicles, that administration is authorized to add $33,000 to the total for additional equipment and change order, and furthermore that the mayor and clerk be authorized to sign any relevant documents. All in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is 7G, which is Char-Lan Recreation Center advertisement allocation, and we're joined by Ms. Servidge. Thank you.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. So this report is regarding the advertisements at the Char-Lan Recreation Center. So on May 16th, I had come to council with an information report outlining the current operations of the advertisements at this facility, which is Junior B Rebels obtains the ads, and they keep 100% of the funds. So the township received a letter from minor hockey and the skating club inquiring about obtaining advertisements as well as collecting these funds. So the township met with these 3 organizations earlier this month, so Junior B, minor hockey, and the skating club, to discuss solutions moving forward. During these discussions, there was a consensus that the advertisements could be shared among the 3 groups. Each organization would be responsible for a certain portion of the advertisements, and would take responsibility in obtaining ads and fees. After the meeting, Junior B had reached out to the township, outlining the need for advertisement funds in order to operate. So this communication is attached to the report for council's consideration as well. In addition, minor hockey has also reached out with further communication. This included that they would like to ensure that they do want to continue having a positive relationship between the three organizations. They also mentioned that they were unable to have their annual booth at the fair because of lack of volunteers, and certain supporters of their booth were no longer matching funds as was done in the past. So operations have changed since the pandemic for their booth at the fair, that the Junior B Rebels indicates in their, mentions in their letter attached to this report. So anyway, minor hockey had mentioned that it wasn't manageable for them to operate that booth this year. So their goal is to ensure that kids can play hockey affordably, and they managed to not raise the registration fees this year. So I've outlined 4 options for council's consideration, and I'm hoping council can come to an agreement this evening. We do need to move forward as staff needs time to form proper agreements if necessary and start implementing as soon as possible. I know we're only at the end of June, but there is lots of legwork to be completed in order to have this operational for this ice season, especially if option B, C, or D is chosen. So I'll leave it to council to discuss, and I'll try to answer any questions as best as I can.
Thank you, Ms. Servage. Are there any questions or comments from council? Councillor Lang.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. Thank you, Ms. Servage, for the report and getting us involved and talking to the groups, and been on the phone for quite a bit of the afternoon. But that's all good. I think that's what we're here for. That's what we need to be doing. So I've been tossing it back and forth and not sure where I was going to land on this one. I think I am definite that we need to, as a township, take ownership of our boards, that we need to, have some control and some say. I do like the fact that the volunteer groups are going out and participating and drumming up the business and being involved. I think they take more ownership, but at the same time, township needs. So the agreement part of it, I'm 100% for that. I think we need to have that in place. I did like the idea that the agreement's should be reviewed every year. So I think since the agreement is going to be reviewed every year, I think I'm going to land on number D. I think we're going to try to keep the Rebels in the situation that they're in. You hate to take a group that, and just yank their feet out from under them, part way through the season. But there is opportunity for the Zambonis for 4 more ice advertisements. So I think, so that kind of gets minor hockey and the skating club involved and gets them doing something. It gets some funding to them, not as much as they might like it at the 1/3 level. And then I think next year we review and we see how we're, I think we can gradually work towards something that's more equitable for everybody. That's kind of where I'm landing, but I'm really interested to hear what the rest of council has to say. But that's where my head is at the moment.
Go ahead, Councillor Luck.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. And thank you for your report, and thank you for speaking with me today. This was also something that I was going back and forth on, as Councillor Lang said. And I feel it would be difficult to assume responsibility at this point when the Junior B Rebels have been set up with their contract to succeed with this current agreement, and for us to take it away, although, the other members have expressed interest, it would just, I can't see how we can do that at this point. So in that sense, I vote for option D, but I really do want to encourage the skating club and the Minor Hockey Association towards other ones that you outlined in your report, such as the Nice logo the Zamboni and whatever council can do, if we can kind of work with the Junior B Rebels and see if we can do like raffle tickets or other forms of sort of fundraising events. I'd love to be a part of that, and that's, I guess, where I stand.
Councillor McDonnell?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'll agree with my two council colleagues. I think at this point, option D is a good option for right now. I think moving forward, we could move to something maybe a little more equitable in the future, but right now, pulling out from underneath their feet, something that they've been counting on and they've been budgeting for would be, I think, detrimental in the end to their club as it is. I will just say too, a bit of a commend the Junior B Rebels on taking the initiative in the first place to starting that, going out and doing the work, and it takes a special person to go out and find sponsorship, and I'll commend the person they have that's doing that, because I know she works very hard at it, and it's not always a fun job, but it's definitely within these organizations, it takes that person to make sure you get those sponsorships, and I hope both the other two user groups can get good example or a good time for them to show off what they can do as well, and I hope they've got those people within the organizations as well. So we'll see how they go moving forward, and reevaluate it. I think on a yearly basis is not a bad idea, and make sure it lines up with all the organizations' budgets. As far as, let's not wait till it's the last minute and coming up on July and they're trying to decide how much money they have, or trying to determine those things now. Where I believe minor hockey cutoff is coming up soon. I think generally fair weekend anyway. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McDonnell. So I'll touch on a few things that were said. Absolutely, I think we have to commend the Junior Bs on this initiative that they, I guess, embarked on about 10 years ago now to do this advertising in the arena. And certainly that is a lot of work, and that a lot of recognition should go for that initiative and the individual who is involved in spearheading that today. But as Councillor Lang said, I think we do need to reassert ownership over the agreement. I think, having seen the old agreement and how it was supposed to be reviewed annually, but in my time I haven't seen it reviewed. It hasn't come to council annually, and I think it sort of morphed into something beyond what it was originally designed to. So I would say that whatever we do, reviewing it annually is an absolute must. I'm also of the mind that you can't, as Councillor Lang, it was said by several people, we can't pull out the rug out from the Junior Bs sort of at the last minute. So I think in terms of this year, I think it makes sense for the Junior Bs to continue having the board revenue that they received today. But, and certainly I agree that minor hockey and the skating club, they should have access to those other streams other than the boards, in terms of in-ice and resurfacer and maybe some other items throughout the arena. But I think that in terms of fairness and equity, I think that, and reviewing it annually, I think there should be some sort of indication of which way council will be going. I mean, I can't speak too much to the future, but I think in terms of moving towards something that's maybe more equitable in terms of the participation of the different user groups in the arena. But of course, as been said, doing the advertising, that's a lot of effort, and perhaps not all these user groups will have the horsepower necessarily to do that, so it's probably not reasonable to assume that they can do that right from the get-go. But I think, again, that there should be direction in this policy, and that we're trying to move towards something that's equitable maybe over a few years, but certainly not in the first year. So that's my thinking on it. I don't know if anyone else would like to speak to that. Councillor McDonnell?
Yeah, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'll agree with that as well. And I guess just kind of a point I was thinking of as I was kind of reflecting on it. I think when we do complete a review on an annual basis, and I think administration should definitely follow up on that, and we should be making a point of doing that, because like you say, we haven't taken ownership of our boards. It was more of I think not a call of desperation, but it was an ask from the local club that was maybe in need of the revenues at the time, that they've been working very hard to get themselves to where they are generating good revenues. And but I think on a go-forward basis, if we are to review it and we do decide that there is going to be pulling revenues, I mean, even thinking now, if that negotiation or that review were done in, say, May, it would be right after the season was done. You are looking at kind of planning for the next year already being there, so maybe that if there is a change to the structure of it, it maybe be a year out. Say, if the review was done in May, it's for the following year or something along those lines, or to give at least enough heads up that it does give one of these user groups enough time to start planning or try to find another stream of revenue, because when you lose one, you have to either cut somewhere or find a new revenue stream. So like we say, whether it's picking up a booth at the fair or something along those lines. But I think these groups can work together too, and I think there's a lot of funding for all three of them to work together in different opportunities. So look forward to seeing that.
All right, thank you, Councillor McDonnell. I think CEO Mills would like to say a few words.
So through you, Madam Chair, just a couple of points that May would be too late because the season's been over for a couple of months. So you can expect something back from administration probably in January to start the discussions with the groups. It has been since 2014 with the agreement, but keeping in mind that there was no lens on it until recently in the last 2 years during the pandemic. So it wasn't really the time to look at funding when actually the ice time wasn't even being used and games weren't going on. There have been a couple of things there that I've talked with General Manager Servage about. One is that while we understand the cost, it is costly to play hockey. It's costly to play a lot of sports, but there hasn't been an increase to rental of the ice for 10 years. So certainly the township can be proud that they're supporting minor sports, minor hockey, and all sports, and that includes a lot of fees for recreation in the recreation center. I know that the members of the community all appreciate the cost of soccer, for example, in the community, and that we promote that wellness and health and activity for sure. And as far as sponsorship and raising money, we have met with the user groups a few times, and we've talked to the Rebels quite a bit over the course of the last 2 years as well. And we have a communications department. We all have connections. Certainly as council members, you have your connections too. And I hope we'll all support the Figure Skating Club, minor hockey, and the Rebels. So, but you can be assured we'll be on it probably starting tomorrow for next year. Okay.
Thank you, CEO Mills. And probably the skating club will want me to correct you and say it's not the Figure Skating Club, it's the Char-Lan Skating Club. But so in terms of the resolution, would this be the final step, Ms. Servage, or would we see agreements or policy come back to council to provide more detail?
Thank you, and through you, Deputy Mayor, sorry. I can bring the agreements forward. Basically, what I had outlined in my last report, whenever I brought my information report forward in May, outlined that the renewal dates would be, in the off season. And just, there was a few items that we would want to outline that I'd already brought up. So, yeah, I mean, I could bring the agreements back, but we do have to definitely get this moving forward as soon as possible if we want to even have these in-ice logos done for this year. So
I guess where I'm going with that is, I'm hearing in terms of wanting to ensure that it is reviewed annually. I mean, that's not really addressed in here. And also that, there is a high possibility that the percentages or how things are done today would change in the future or could change in the future. So I just want to ensure that, because just out of fairness to all the user groups that, this is not necessarily what's going to stay. I mean, it could, but that's not necessarily the case.
yes, through you, Deputy Mayor. So we will ensure that it's reviewed annually, and that will be within the agreement.
So we don't need to add reviewed annually to option D, or I guess is a question for the clerk then? Or is it sufficient as it's written?
So long as it's written in the contracts with each user group, I don't think we need to specify it in the motion, but
Okay.
if you'd like, I'd move
But-
an amendment.
It's just, because I thought, sorry to belabor it, but I thought at some point there'd be a policy coming back specifically to this, or maybe I misunderstood. Sorry, Ms. Campbell.
If I may jump in through you, Madam Chair, typically for the township to enter into an agreement, we have to go through council. Administration doesn't have the authority to enter into agreements, so yeah, I would imagine your plan would, Ms. Servage, would be for the agreements, once finalized, to come back for council approval as it is.
Yes, we can do that.
Okay, but in terms of adding the annual, I think, again, because that's been mentioned several times, that we should have that in the, to add that, I guess, as an amendment.
I'll make an amendment to the motion that it include that it include to be reviewed annually. But it'll be, I guess, like was said, it'll come back in the agreements. At that point is when it's gonna really matter, but if for direction purposes, we can do the amendment.
CEO Mills?
Through you, Madam Chair, just for clarification, that what we're doing related to the advertising is going to be what's the decision for this year? Or are we, the difficulty is if we don't, we have the ice, we have the boards, we have the advertisement on the wall. But if we start adding things, we're getting outside the agreement. So I know there are other ways that organizations can make money, but we want to be clear first of all, we want to be clear for us as administration what we're doing. And secondly, it takes time.
So perhaps at the end of this, comma, for the 2022-2023 season, and that this be reviewed annually. Does that
Thank
work?
you.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Is that okay? No? Is that okay, Ms. Campo? I don't need to actually, we can just go ahead with that resolution right off the bat? We don't have to propose an amendment?
No, through you, Madam Chair, that we can consider that a friendly amendment. We don't have to do a motion to amend.
Are there any other comments or questions? So I will do my best to read this properly, the resolution. So moved by Martin Lang, seconded by Rebecca Luck. Be it resolved that staff report 90-2022 be received and that the Council of the Township of South Glengarry hereby direct administration to prepare an agreement with the Junior B Rebels that will maintain the current advertisement arrangement, which includes Junior B Rebels obtaining 100% of the current Char-Lan Recreation Center advertisements, and furthermore that administration prepare an agreement with the Char-Lan Minor Hockey Association and the Char-Lan Skating Club, which will include obtaining funds and advertisements from up to 4 additional in-ice logos and 2 ice resurfacer advertisements for the 2022-2023 operating season to be reviewed annually. All in favor? Okay, carried. You're good for that one? Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Ridge. I'm sorry? Oh, yes, got it. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Servage. And now on to item 7H, which is overall responsible operator, water division. And I welcome Dylan Sege, who's going to present this staff report to us. Thank you.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair, this evening I am bringing forward the overall responsible operator position within the Township of South Glengarry, specifically within the water division. So the ORO position allows for a knowledgeable and experienced person to be available 24 hours a day and 7 days a week, continuously. As a requirement to run our facilities, we need to have an ORO. We need to have an ORO on site 24 or on staff 24/7 in order to operate the facilities. I apologize for my stumbling there. Going forward for the year 2022, we have come to an agreement with Mr. Dean McDonald of North Glengarry, who will be taking responsibility of the ORO during my absence, and specifically vacation time. So that is what I am bringing forward this evening, and like I said, I apologize for my stumbling. I'm trying to fit too much in all at the same time. I can take questions, but please feel free to hit me with your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Seguin. Yeah, certain acronyms are tongue twisters for sure, so no worries about that. And thank you for bringing this forward, because certainly we know that there's a lot on your shoulders in terms of demands on your time, and so it's I'm happy to see that there is this creative solution here to help us deal with, to help alleviate that. So thank you for that. Are there any questions from members of council? Nope. Okay. So I'll read the resolution. Moved by Rebecca Luck, seconded by Sam Mcnair. Be it resolved that staff report 92/2022 be received, and that the council acknowledges that during the absence of the current standing overall responsible operator, Dean McDonald will be present to assume the role as overall responsible operator, ORO, for the Township of South Glengarry's Water Division. All in favor? Okay, carried. Thank you. Next item is 7I, which is First Line Road Pipe Arch Purchase. And we have General Manager Sarah McDonald, who's going to present to us on that one.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to Clerk Compo for accommodating my last-minute agenda request. If the council remembers last council meeting, I had included an information report about this culvert. And I'm just going to note that this is one of those minor culverts that we spoke about during the asset management presentation. So yes, our three-span culvert, or our culverts that are larger than three-span, are considered structural culverts, but there's still some substantial minor culverts out there that need repair on our road system. So, excuse me, goodness. This is a culvert on First Line Road. It's where the Filion Drain crosses just north of County Road 18 and south of Concession 7. It's a full road truck route all the time, so we don't put half-load restrictions on because of its proximity to the quarry, meaning that for the past however many years that it's been in place, it has been a full road, it has been receiving full loads year-round. Through a recent engineer's report, we've been told that it is in need of repairs immediately. And my previous information report, I pasted in the wording, and I believe it's a risk to public safety. So administration has gone forward and obtained these quotes. It's a very large culvert, so it's a 3.7 meter span. It has a 2.3 meter rise, and it's 22 meters long. The quotes came back quite high for just the culvert, at $72,000 for a galvanized culvert and $92,000 for a polymer-coated culvert. And Councillor Locke has noted that there's a middle ground. It's an aluminized culvert, and I would gather that it would be probably in the $82,000 range. These seem very high for a culvert, and that's because they include a detailed design and shop drawing production for both the pipe and a distribution slab. So this culvert is currently sitting quite high to the surface, like the road surface, so there's not a lot of cover between the culvert and the road, and this distribution slab would help distribute the load. We believe that we may have a solution in speaking with Drainage Superintendent Gary McDonald, in terms of lowering the culverts and perhaps making that distribution slab unnecessary, which would reduce the price, not a considerable amount, but it would reduce the price by a bit. The lead time for this culvert, a culvert of this size, is a minimum of 8 weeks, which is why we've brought this forward in advance of going out for a quotation to do the removals of the existing culvert and the installation of a new culvert. I did note that this is at the Filion Drain, and I know on June 6th, was that our last meeting, June 6th? Yeah, June 6th we had June 6th, we had the site meeting for the Filion drain, and we talked a lot about drains here ourselves. Because this is under a road, it is not covered by the municipal drain agreement under the Municipal Act. So we as a township are responsible for replacing any culverts on a municipal drain under like our own right of way. So if this was on private property, then it would be covered through Gary McDonald, our drainage superintendent's like maintenance work. But since it's under our own road allowance, it's our beast to bear, I suppose. So at the advice of our engineering firm on file for this, who is Morrison Hirschfield, we are recommending that we proceed with purchasing the polymer-coated culvert, which has so the existing culvert, we believe, is about 50 years old, so we are nearing the end of its lifespan. The galvanized, if we were to install a new galvanized culvert, we get about 50 years from that. It's my understanding from Councillor Luck that the aluminized would have a lifespan of about 75 years, and it's polymer coated. We may get 75 to 100 years. We could get 100 years from the polymer coated, just by virtue that it is less exposed. The coating is less exposed to aggressive chemical conditions, which can lead to corrosion on the invert, so the bottom of the pipe. I've noted in this staff report the impact to the budget, and unfortunately right now, in consultation with our current treasurer, our bridge and roads reserve is completely allocated for 2022. We do have funds in general reserve that could be used to cover the cost of purchasing the culvert, removal and replacement, permitting, and contract administration fees. All of the initial inspections, the topographic survey, and help preparing the RFQ and any engineering advice is covered under our existing consulting budget. So the total cost for this work in the 22 budget, if council approves and is okay using general reserves, could be upwards of $150,000, $170,000. So there's a lot there, and we're hoping that, again, if council approves the purchase of a polymer coated or a galvanized CSP pipe, that we would be coming back in either the August 2nd or September 6th council meeting to award the actual work of removing and installing. So if there are any questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. McDonald. I saw Councillor McDonald's hand go up. We'll let you go first, and then Councillor Luck.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. It's definitely a full load road. It's a very high traffic road when it comes to heavy equipment, and with the quarry being there, multiple loads a day across it. Any other road, you'd maybe chance it for a little while longer, but I doubt it's even worth it with the volume of gravel coming out of that quarry. It's excessive some days, so it's not worth taking a chance. I know they do have a sign that says go out the 8th concession if you're loaded, but I don't think there's maybe some people that don't quite follow that all the time, so maybe myself included sometimes. So,
Councillor Luck.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. I don't contest that this culvert is definitely in need of repair, but I guess I have a few questions before I can support how we go about it. I noticed that in your number 3 bullet point, you have the dimensions of your culvert, and you give it a 4 millimeter thickness. Are you matching like for like? And the reason I ask that is because 4 millimeters is actually quite thick, as opposed to your 1.6, and even when you upgrade it to like a 2, that's decently sized. So I guess that's one question. Did you want me to kind of ask all of them at once, or did you want me to stagger them?
No, go ahead. You can, unless I don't see anyone else put their hand up just yet, so you might as well keep going.
Okay. And then I was kind of curious if there is an option for this drain, and I'm not too familiar whether the water can be diverted, and if we go with like a lower quality culvert, but if it can be diverted, if we can then put like a relining of that culvert in, say, 25 years or whenever it might need it. And then I guess my last question, I'm seeing that you need a concrete slab potentially, and whether we have explored the option of going with a concrete box culvert that's structurally reinforced to take on the structural loads, whether that has been accounted for or explored. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Luck, and through you, Madam Chair. So for the first question, did we go like for the 4 mm thickness? I will be honest, I am relying on our engineers on a file for this one, but as noted in, where are we? Number 4, the detailed design and shop drawing production for the pipe and the slab is included in this price. So from AIL, who is Atlantic, who would be our culvert supplier. So they will confirm with the engineers as they get into design if this thickness is appropriate. To number 2, can we divert the water? That would require an amendment to our engineer's report, which, as we discovered last week, is quite the process. So I'm going to go with a no on that one. And 3, I truly believe that the concrete slab will not be required. And speaking with our drainage superintendent, how to explain this? So the culvert was in place before the Filion Drain engineer's report was written in 1978. And we don't exactly know what happened since it was quite some time ago, but we believe that when the engineer's report was made, they looked at the culvert and thought that it was pretty new and they didn't want to adjust it because it's quite the beast. And if they had wrecked it at the time, it would have been a significant capital cost to the township. So it is sitting about 2 feet higher than it ought to be, and it's never been adjusted. And I have notes from Mr. McDonald in 2012 saying that if and when this culvert on First Line Road needs to be replaced, that we should be lowering it by at least 2 feet to meet the grade of the drain. So I think we'll be going down and we won't need this slab. So no, I haven't investigated a box culvert, but I think we'll be okay with the CSP pipe. Okay, I really would be surprised if we need this concrete slab.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lang?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, thank you for the report. I don't think we have too much choice other than looking at all the options. I think this has to be done, and that's why we have reserves. Things come up, and we don't save the money not to spend it. We save it to spend it wisely, and I think this is one of those things we have to do. So I'm in favor. Let's do it.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Lang. I agree. I don't think we have much choice. And we're fortunate that we do have, we're in a healthy financial situation that we're able to do work like this that comes up maybe a little bit less anticipated. But in terms of which specific option you want, the galvanized or polymer coated, I'm not entirely clear on if you have a preference or not.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. My preference is to go with the one that will last us 100 years. Although, in speaking out loud right now, I was wondering if perhaps the approach should have been to approve an upset budget instead of a specific culvert, and then that would give us a leeway to pick the one that is most appropriate. But I didn't have that thought until right now. It was in talking about the box culvert. So I'm not sure where that leaves us.
So we could amend it then? Well, if that would be give a better flexibility to find the best solution, perhaps that would be the right thing to do. Did I see hands going up? Councillor Luck?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, I think I would agree with the approach on dollar value, and then kind of evaluating the different options, seeing what that, whether we can lower it by the 2 feet, if that's creating problems with like DFO and fisheries and other, anyways, I don't want to go there. But I would probably be more receptive to doing a dollar amount as opposed to choosing one option, because then you have to look at the pH and a lot of other things for the type. Thank you.
So in terms of if we were to do, I guess it would be considered another friendly amendment, modifying the language so that using an upset limit, do you have a figure in mind?
Through you, Madam Chair, I would go with 95,000 or 95,000 or 75,000, depending on what council is comfortable with.
But those other items like removal, replacement, permitting, would that not have to be part of it? Or maybe this is Ms. Clampo? I don't know if you're following exactly what we're trying to do here.
Through you, Madam Chair, I believe that the award would need to come back through you since it would be outside, I believe, my delegated authority. So I'm asking for approval to purchase the culvert, and we'll come back with our 3 quotes for the contractor to do the work.
Okay, so then we could just say purchase a CSP
Culvert
pipe
purchase.
arch? Is that the right language, or we put culvert? I don't know. Culvert? Purchase a culvert?
Filio drain culvert replacement, whatever you want to call it.
Through
gonna
you,
need a
Madam Chair,
s-
can we just back up a second? So we are, I step away for 1 minute. No. Okay, so we're amending the resolution, which, I mean, considering we had options presented and not a set resolution, I think we have some flexibility for a friendly amendment here. So from what I'm hearing, you are headed more so in a direction instead of an option 1 or 2, where you're specifying the type of,
Just go with proceed
Oh.
like, take out this, you just say proceed with obtaining quotes to complete the removal and replacement
Yes.
of the existing culvert?
that's perfect. You did-
So-
Just made my life so much
What
easier.
I'm suggesting is just, so for example, take option 1, cross out everything to where you get to proceed, and so say proceed with obtaining quotes to complete the removal and replacement of the existing culvert, and leave it like that. Does that fit everybody? Councillor Lang?
Well, as long as she doesn't have to come back to us with those quotes, because I think we need to get this culvert ordered because of the 8-week, maybe more time frame. We need to get the culvert on the way so that we can get this changed in a timely manner before we get to, freeze up and so forth. And depending on when they're allowed to change the culvert, it's usually in the fall, is it not, that they allow the work to be done in these streams and creeks? So I think you could put that, and my thought would be to put that and put a $100,000 cap on it. Like,
I think that clerk would like to weigh in.
Through you, Madam Chair. So might I suggest at the end of what you've suggested already, we add to an upset limit of, to proceed with obtaining quotes to complete the removal and replacement of the existing culvert, and authorize the general manager of infrastructure to proceed with to a limit of X dollars.
Through you, Madam Chair, that's correct. I'm requesting permission to purchase a culvert, and once I have that culvert purchased, I'll put out an RFQ for the supply or the removal and replacement. So there'll be a $100,000 culvert purchased, and then I'll come back with 3 quotes to do the work and ask for approval to award.
And, okay, if you give me a moment to wordsmith, I'll come back to you with something.
A few minutes here will save us lots of time later on, right?
Okay, through you, Madam Chair, if you will, maybe I could start from the beginning and let me know. So be it resolved that staff report 97-2022 be received, and that for the sorry, I cut off part of my original, okay, sorry. That the staff report be received and that administration be directed, oh man. Okay. Be resolved that staff report 97-2022 be received, and that for the replacement of the culvert under First Line Road at the Filial Drain, administration be directed to proceed with obtaining quotes to complete the removal and replacement of the existing culvert, and that the general manager of infrastructure services be authorized to proceed with the purchase of a culvert to an upset limit of, and give me a number.
So does, that suits everyone? Okay. Now I come and read it over your shoulder.
Just bear with me
Okay.
one more moment. Okay, Madam Chair, so typically when we've been doing a lot of amendments on the fly, I will read the final resolution, and then you can call for the vote if
That
you're
sounds
okay
great.
with proceeding in that manner. Okay, so we have it moved by Councillor Lang, seconded by Councillor Mcnair. Be it resolved that staff report 97-2022 be received, and that for the replacement of the culvert under First Line Road at the Filion Drain, administration be directed to proceed with obtaining quotes to complete the removal and replacement of the existing culvert, and that the general manager of infrastructure services be authorized to proceed with the purchase of a culvert to an upset limit of $100,000.
So everyone's heard the motion. All in favor? Okay. Carried. Thank you very much.
Amend that.
All right, so then that brings us to bylaws. So 8A is amended strategic asset management policy. Ms. McDonald.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair, I'll keep this very brief since we've already heard a wonderful presentation from our consultants on file. This is a request to do some housekeeping to our strategic asset management policy. The amendments are not very many and minor in nature. They are generally assigning the management of the policy, coordination, monitoring of levels of service, and coordinating and tracking of the program to the general manager of infrastructure position, and assigning leadership and assistance in tracking and maintaining the financial plan to the treasurer, in addition to adding language that captures core infrastructure. That's all contained in my staff report, and it's just to realign the policy with how the organization is currently running. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McDonald. Are there any questions of members of council? Okay. So I will read the resolution. Moved by Sam McDonnell, seconded by Martin Lang. Be it resolved that staff report 93-2022 be received, and that the bylaw 42-2022, being a bylaw to adopt a strategic asset management policy, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and sealed in open council this 20th day of June 2022. All in favor? Okay, carried. Thank you. Next item, 8B, 2022 budget and tax rates. Mr. Hudson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As soon as it appears, I'll give you first a brief explanation of what you're seeing. It's just pure information. It supports how we got to our requested levy through the budget of $9,574,193. If you look, you can see that. Go up a little higher, please. You can see that number at the bottom. Whoa. Right there, $9,574,193. The rest of the numbers simply give a history of the levies that have been made since '07, the amount of change in the levy from the previous year, and the percentage change, just for your reference only. For the public, through you, Madam Chair, for the public looking in and council members here, I'd like to go through a quick background and analysis of how the 2022 budget process took place. Council reviewed the budget during special meetings of council held in November 5 and November 19 of 2021 and approved the 2022 budget in principle. That's important. All of the information required to complete our final tax bill is now available, that being levies from the county and education. The increase in the municipal portion of the bill is interesting at only 1.59%. This increase, I would like to just add, the increase, aided by a number of substantial grants, is important and will enable us through 2022 to undertake a number of important projects that will improve our services and to our ratepayers and the public. What's interesting is the number of times you've heard reference to the asset management plan tonight. That is a critical document for finance in that it will give us a conceptual framework of where we need to be in 1, 2, 3, 5, 10 years from now. That will allow us to look at mill rate modeling, for example, look at different levels of financing, being short-term, long-term, debenturing, and so on. But again, it will give us a forward look that's going to be very useful for funding the projects that we're facing. Some other projects that will be finished or started through 2022, and again, which is represented in that increase of 3%. The Char-Lan Rec Center ice pad replacement is in process. The completion of the asset management plan enabling us to more effectively manage the township's capital assets. Completion of a park and rec master plan with the focus of service improvements and efficiencies. A continuing digitization program, rehabilitation of Glen Walter's water tower and water assets. A service delivery project is just beginning that will address all the processes we have to deliver the services we do with the objective of more efficient delivery. So, through you, Madam Chairman, the attached bylaw 43-2022 establishes our tax rates and sets the final installment due dates being August 31, 2022 and October 31, 2022. A brief look at what this will mean to our taxpayers. The final 22 budget represents an increase of approximately $16 to the municipal portion of the annual taxes for a residential property with a median value assessment of $213,000. Individual homeowners' tax increases are dependent on the latest assessment values provided by MPAC. If there is no change in the assessment, the increase is 3% over last year's municipal portion of the tax bill. If there was a change in assessed value during 2021, the change to an individual tax bill may be higher or lower than the 3% based on the final assessed value provided by MPAC. So, that is my presentation, Madam Chairman. I would ask that staff is recommending that bylaw 43-2022 to adopt the tax rates for the year 2022 be considered by council. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Mr. Hudson, for your presentation. Certainly, I think, I mean, although this has been something that, we've talked about, this is really the formalizing of, a lot of steps that we've already taken this term. I think it bears noting that, the levy, the total levy that we'd be taking in 2022 is still less than what we took in 2020. So considering the chart's gone now, but
Disappeared.
considering the tax rate reduction, the lowering of the tax rate that we did last year, and then the very small tax increase that we're putting through this year, again, still puts us below a total levy that what we had in 2020. So I think it's an indication that we're working hard for the taxpayers to keep, our property taxes under, from not increasing very quickly. So thank you very much again for that. Is there anyone from council who would like to ask any questions or make any comments? No? Okay. I'll read the resolution. Be it resolved that staff report 94/2022 be received and that the bylaw 43/2022, being a bylaw to adopt the estimates of all sums required during the year and to adopt the tax rates for the year 2022, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and sealed in open council this 20th day of June 2022. All in favor? Okay. Carried. Thank you. Next item is 8C, authorization of collective agreements. CAO Mills.
Through you, Madam Chair, I bring to your report tonight regarding our recent Canadian Union of Public Employees Local 389, or the union, negotiations between the township and CUPE. The agreement that was in place for 5 years, from 2017 to 2022. Of note, though, is it was almost 14 or 15 months in the works before it got signed in retro. We wanted to avoid that at this time. Also, given the present state of supply chain and trying to find things and get work done, we've heard there's a lot of work to get done, that having an agreement with CUPE put in place now for a period of 5 years is certainly good news for the township. Negotiations commenced in May, so right after the agreement was up. I was present along with Cindy DeVries, our Human Resources Advisor, who we need to give a shout out to, who did a lot of the technical work and a lot of the background. She's been through it many times. General Manager of Infrastructure, Sarah McDonald, and Mayor Warden, who I know was disappointed he's missing the meeting tonight with this item. So we met many times as a management team to look through the agreement, and we were able to negotiate what we think is a really good agreement for employees and for the township in a day and a half, and got it in place. It was signed off on the third week of May, and then formalized once we got all the paperwork in place just recently. The attached bylaw to the report authorizes the signing of this agreement, and the financial implications entering the agreement, as you've just heard, we're in really good shape budget-wise, reserve-wise, even though we have aging infrastructure. But we've taken that into account with the 2022 budget. So I want to thank CUPE and also our administrative staff. And of note, with the staff we're talking about, without the boots on the ground, with the front lines, with building and our planning department and our roads, water, Rrca facilities, and finance, they're the ones that are out in the face of the public often, and they're out doing a lot of the work, especially this time of year. So I'll turn that back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO Mills. And it's very nice to see this coming to us so soon after the expiration of the previous agreement. And as you said, lots of recognition to the different members of staff who participated in those negotiations. And also, I'll extend thanks to to CUPE Local 3089, the leadership there that on that side represented the union membership. Clearly, the agreement, everyone was negotiating in good faith, and I'm sure that's why this agreement was concluded so quickly. So thank you to all involved. Does anyone, any members of council have any questions? Okay. Great. So I'll read the resolution. So moved by Martin Lang, seconded by Rebecca Luck, Be it resolved that Staff Report 95-2022 be received and that Bylaw 40-2022, being a bylaw to authorize a collective agreement with the Canadian Union of Public Employees, Local 3089, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and sealed in open council this 20th day of June 2022. All in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Then that brings us to the consent agenda portion of the agenda. A few items were removed, but those items that are remaining, I have a resolution to read. Moved by Rebecca Luck, seconded by Sam McDonnell. Be it resolved that the Council of the Township of South Glengarry accept the consent agenda. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Now into items for consideration. The first item is 10A, Support Resolution Community Schools Alliance. So that was my resolution. And do I ask for a second or no? Okay, thank you, Councillor Lang. So I did explain, I went through the different points of this resolution last time and why the Community Schools Alliance that I'm a member of, why they are encouraging municipalities to pass this resolution. So I'm not going to repeat that reasoning. I'm just going to go ahead and I'll read the resolution. So moved by Stephanie Jaworski, seconded by Martin Lang. Be it resolved that all students, I can read it right when I'm moving it? That's okay. Sorry. Be it resolved that all students should have the opportunity to attend elementary and secondary school in their home community. Therefore, be it resolved that the Province of Ontario increase the Rural and Northern Education Fund to $50 million. That should the current moratorium on accommodation review and school closures be lifted, that the moratorium remains in place for schools that qualify for the RENEF until a thorough review of the education funding formula is completed. That before templates required by the 2018 Pupil Accommodation Review Guideline are developed, there be consultation with school boards and community groups, including the Community Schools Alliance. And that a copy of this resolution be forwarded to the Minister of Education, MPP-elect Nolan Quinn, the Community Schools Alliance, and all Ontario municipalities. All in favor? Thank you. Carried. Thank you very much. Next item, support resolution, former Mohawk Institute Residential School. So I brought that one forward last time as well. Would anyone like to second it? Thank you, Councillor McDonnell. So just briefly, as I explained last time, this resolution, I thought it was important to support it because it relates to files from the former Mohawk Institute Residential School that's in the city of Brantford, but as you know, has been reported, many members of what was then the St. Regis tribe, or today the Mohawks of Akwesasne, were also taken from their families and sent to that school. So out of solidarity with them, I thought it was important to support this resolution. So the resolution is moved by Stephanie Jaworski, seconded by Sam McDonnell. Be it resolved that the Township of South Glengarry hereby supports the resolution passed by the City of Brantford at its special meeting held May 17th, 2022. And furthermore, that the Council of the Township of South Glengarry respectfully requests the immediate release of to the Survivors Secretariat of all documents in the possession of the Government of Canada or the Government of Ontario and the Anglican Church related to the former Mohawk Institute Residential School, now located on 6 nations of the Grand River Territory within the geographic boundaries of the City of Brantford. And that a copy of this resolution be forwarded to Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, Premier Doug Ford, Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations Mark Miller, Minister of Indigenous Services Patty Hadju, Minister of Indigenous Affairs Greg Rickford, Primate of the Anglican Church of Canada Linda Nichols, MP Eric Duncan, MPP-elect Nolan Quinn, the Survivors Secretariat, and all Ontario municipalities. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Next item is 10C, summer maintenance private roads. That's Ms. McDonald?
Yes, thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. This one's a bit odd since I was all gung-ho to enforce the private roads policy and without coming back. And I'll invite CIO Mills to jump in anytime he thinks I need help on this one. So we do have a private roads policy. It is policy number 01/2021, and it was adopted through Bylaw 3/2021 last year. And it does state that it is not intended that private roads will be assumed by the township, and no responsibility for access, no clearance, maintenance, repair, liability, or other obligation is acknowledged for such unassumed road. This is because many of our private roads do not meet our municipal standards. They're tough to go down with our heavy equipment. They're really not meant for that kind of loading, and we struggle to we really struggle to go down them when we're asked to. The past township practices, specifically for the summer, include the use of a township grader for $75 an hour, including an operator, to buy on a request basis to go down and grade it through the summer. Now this has a number of implications. One, we're taking our own grader off the road and sending it down a private road. We're taking our own operator off a road and sending it down a private road, thereby not maintaining township-owned roads. Oftentimes, the grader going down these roads is a rental, so we are paying more than we're charging out for that rental. We are directly, as a township, competing against our local businesses, let's say. Since that's $75 an hour, there is no way that the contractors can compete against us. So before I go ahead and enforce the private roads policy and discontinue this practice, CIO Mills thought that I should come and speak with you folks and see what your thoughts and direction may be. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. McDonald, for bringing it to us. Councillor McDonnell.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I don't say we should stop doing this. I think there's something to be said for providing a service. I don't think we should be doing it at $75 in a loss. I think when originally that cost was put on that, it probably wasn't far off. Now I think we're a little ways out, especially with the price of diesel and the replacement cost on these equipment. Your average grader's $750,000, so no, we shouldn't be doing it for necessarily at a loss, but we could at least figure out where our cost recuperation would be, and I don't say we shouldn't be doing it for around that. I don't think we need to make money on these private roads, but I think it's a service that we offer, and I think we should continue to offer.
Thank you, Councillor McDonnell. Councillor Lang.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, thank you for the report. It's a crazy low price, that's for sure. And I haven't hired out graders, but I'm just thinking to myself what I would be charging for farm equipment that was worth, in the same vicinity, it would be considerably more per hour. I understand where it came from. I think we were trying to help residents along the mostly in the front that have these private roads. I'm not against us doing it, but only if we have the time. I don't want to be taking graders off the roads. We've been kind of, because of weather and a few other issues, we've been struggling this year to get our gravel roads to the point that we want to get them to, and we're close. And I think, we're making great strides with the roads committee and where we're trying to get to with our roads. So I'm not against doing it, but I think it needs to be at a price that's comparable, and maybe I'm not saying I wouldn't even be any lower, at least the same as what the other contractor, and then it should be on as we have the time, and I think that should be conveyed to the residents that we may not have the time. Here's a list of other contractors in the area that do this, but we can't dedicate 2 or 3 weeks to doing this during the summer, and meanwhile our other roads are not being looked after. So I'm not saying we have to say absolute no, but I would be giving them the list of who can do it for you and say they might be able to come a little sooner, and I'd be kind of gradually weaning them off our services, because as we know, things are going to get very expensive and we have a lot of work to do in the future, and I want to make sure we get there.
Thank you, Councillor Lang. Go ahead, Councillor Luck.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, Ms. McDonald, for bringing this forward. I think it's very eye-opening, and, you know, to say that it was done a while ago, if it was based at $75 an hour, I think that would be apt to say. I'm not really going to reiterate what my fellow councillors said, because I agree full-heartedly. I would like to see the policy still remain in place. However, I would like it to be more competitive. If anything, I would actually want it to be higher than a local contractor. That way it's promoting local businesses first as opposed to our own forces, and it would allow us to prioritize probably our roads, because, you know, they would probably go to the local contractors first. Those are my thoughts, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Luck. So this is probably one of those situations that we have in our township where historical practice, things that sort of have evolved over time, whereas, you know, like now if someone puts in a subdivision, there's a lot of investment has to be done by that developer in terms of the conditions of the road before they're transferred to the township, and that's not the case for these private roads. And as Ms. McDonald said, they're not to the standards that we would take them. But, you know, and I'm going to speculate here that probably a lot of these roads, you know, at first they were just cottages, and, you know, probably the maintenance, you know, was at a certain level, and now that they are becoming, you know, four-season homes, I'm going to speculate that the demands in terms of maintenance too is also going up. So certainly, as has been said already, I don't think we should be an option that's competing with local contractors. I think, like Councillor Lang has already said, we have a lot of work that we need to get done with our graders now, and, you know, we could argue we're a bit behind, so we need to have those, they have to be prioritized for our roads, the roads that are ours. But again, you know, we don't want to leave these folks high and dry, so I don't think we should say no, but I think the price that we're charging should definitely be competitive or higher than, you know, sort of the local contractors. And that being said, I was checking my notes from OGRA. They had a session on private roads, and so just putting it out there, you know, the municipality of Blue Water has some interesting policies that have to do with lakeshore roads and how they handle those. So I'm just going to put that out there in case you, I don't think you had a chance to attend that, Ms. McDonald, so it might be something to look at. Because I'm going to, again, speculate that there's going to be more discussion of private roads as we go forward, as, you know, the service level folks are expecting. They'd like it to change. So they have, Blue Water had a solution there. Councillor McDonald, were you putting your hand up to speak again?
Yeah, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I was just going to say, with the amount of private roads that we have in the township, most of them located on the front, all of them normally pretty tight along, as opposed to, you know, maybe there's a way to change the policy as well, and looking at maybe the township on the private road owners' behalf at their will could more or less coordinate the I guess the services of one of, say, a local contractor who does that sort of work, you know, as far as getting into some of those roads. I mean, I think a lot of the issues too is for, say, 47th Avenue or 148th Avenue down at Curry Hill to call up Malliance and say, we've got 0.2 of a kilometer that needs to be graded, would you come out and do it? I think a lot of their issue as well in the past has probably been trying to get a contractor to run a grader out of either Cornwall or one of our local quarries to run down and do that work. Probably hard to get those services, or very costly to get the float in. I think that's why I feel it's an essential service for us to provide, like Councillor Lang said, after our roads are taken care of. But maybe there's a way we could coordinate, you know, whether it's a tender, whether it's somebody we keep on retainer that would go down and do that, and say, go down and do 8 roads and get 10 kilometers or something along those lines in one shot. So something to look into as we move forward with private roads.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. You make probably some interesting points, probably, that are quite pertinent. CAO Mills, you have your hand up.
So through you, Madam Chair, I heard at the beginning of the presentation about the bylaw, and we have looked at this really closely, and it's prior to General Manager McDonald's time that I spent a lot of time on it, looking at it, wondering why for the price and what, but it's busy in the roads department, and there are also many things to look through that have happened in the past that should not be happening moving forward. That being said, I don't think this is the time to debate it and get into disagreement about what we should and shouldn't be doing, whose deal that person, this person, because it makes it very difficult on staff to say yes to someone and no to someone when it's the same policy. So we'll commit to, as staff, bringing this back ASAP with, we'll identify the roads in question. We have historical data that we can pull, and then I think we got to be more direct on it about what the expectations are. And I'll just say it again. I'll give you an example. A call will come into reception. Someone's unhappy the road's not done. It's a private road. We're in the midst of doing what we should be doing for the taxpayer who's paying for their public road. And then it escalates to the roads manager to general manager of infrastructure to the CEO, and we're spending time on it. Not that that's what we're hired for, is to help the constituent. But in this case, that's not what the bylaw says. So we'll come back. We'll come back with a little more detailed information, and we'll have a more wholesome discussion on it. In the meantime,
It was more or less just maybe some context to probably where this all came about. It's probably just the fee hasn't been reviewed, but just something to keep in mind as we go forward, and I'm sure there is going to be a comprehensive review of this bylaw, and probably bring it back to council at some point or the next council, but just a point.
Thank you, CEO Mills.
thank you.
We're good? No more comments? All right, thank you. Thank you, Ms. McDonald, for starting, I guess, in the end, what's starting us on this conversation. So look forward to maybe delving into a little bit deeper. Thank you. So next one is, am I right? It's 10D, Farlinger Point request. And that's, again, Ms. McDonald.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. Yes, it's me, and I think this might be the main event. So on May 10th, Council received a written request to consider modifying, actually, Madam Clerk, could I have you bring up page 181?
Yes. And to your point, but I think we do have very members of the public who are here who are waiting for this specific presentation. So thanks for sticking around till the end.
And just the image, since it's helpful. So this is where the request has come in. So it's a request to consider modifying that existing turnaround at the south end of Farlinger Drive into a hammerhead configuration. The letter that we received described knowing smuggling activities that occur along the St. Lawrence River, where the smugglers land in the untreated areas and pass off their goods, I suppose, to vehicles that are waiting in the turnaround. This has been recently in the news. My staff report has CTV News from December 2nd, my apologies, 2021, noting that 59 illegal firearms were seized at this location. So that is concerning from a public safety perspective. So the letter requests, or suggests, moving the asphalt northwards and putting in, at the requester's expense, additional landscaping and lighting to discourage smugglers from using this area for their activities. I will note that at this time, there have been no requests for additional land to be transferred. There have been no requests beyond that they would like to have this work done, and that it would be done. They've proposed doing it at their own expense. They've retained an engineering firm, ABB Engineering, to identify a suitable configuration. And at this time, we are really just asking council if this is something that they would consider before we dedicate our staff time and have an engineering firm look into it. And CAO Mills, is there anything that I've missed?
No, we're ready for council input now. Thank you. Ms. McDonald.
Thank you, Ms. McDonald. Councillor Lang, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, thank you for the report, and we had seen it before, and we were asking for it to come back, so I'm still of the opinion that we need to look at it. We need to, the only thing is, in light of comments that we've received this evening and more people becoming aware of it, I think we need to either have a public meeting or at least take input from everybody in Farlinger's Point, and see if they can, if they can come up with something that the whole area is in agreement to, then we'll see what we can do to accommodate them. But I think the discussion needs to be had between all the residents. There's obviously a couple of residents that are interested in doing this and generously willing to pay for it. There's other residents that are a bit more hesitant about doing it, and so we'll talk to everybody. And so I don't know if you want to organize a public meeting or if you want to just send notices out to all of them and get the comments back. But one way or the other, I want to make sure that we listen to everybody in the area before we make our decision.
Thank you, Councillor Lang. So certainly when I was first made aware of the situation, very specifically to that seizure, the firearm seizure, certainly I knew there was smuggling, but I guess when you start seeing that level of firearms and whatnot, it's quite a bit, hits you a little bit more than sort of the generic smuggling statement. And certainly I think we need to work with residents to make it as least attractive as possible to be using our township and its waterfront for these activities. But I guess when we, and certainly when I was first took a look at what was being proposed, and the requesters, generally asking to pay for, it certainly, it seems reasonable, but I guess, we have to make sure that we're not creating a problem necessarily elsewhere, or, I think, or how exactly, to make sure that we're looking at it from a few different perspectives to ensure that that this is the best solution for that specific area. If perhaps there's maybe another solution that if we looked at it with getting input from sort of what Councillor Lang is saying from the other residents, maybe there's an alternative that would be even better. So I think it might make sense to proceed that way. Councillor Mcnair.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, Clerk Compo, is there the opportunity to get a public meeting done on this in a quick round turnaround? Because we do go to either lame duck or we kind of have a drop dead date here to work on this. So an opportunity for a public meeting, or are we best to do public feedback over 2 weeks and have staff internally review this in the meantime?
Through you, Madam Chair. I don't foresee this matter being affected by a potential lame duck situation. Once you are in lame duck, your only restrictions are really related to spending money that has not been budgeted for and hiring and firing of staff or agents for the municipalities. So I wouldn't be so concerned about lame duck in this case. Essentially, for a public meeting, as long as you're meeting your notice requirements, you could have a public meeting with a fairly quick turnaround. I wouldn't suggest trying to have one in 48 hours. As long as you're notifying your affected residents and providing your notice, you're really not too restricted on this one.
Okay, I guess a subsequent to that would be, if we could look, Ms. McDonald, at bringing this back. It seems there's a lot of people here this evening that are concerned about this and how we proceed with it. But if something is going to happen, whether we do change the configuration or how that comes as a result, or whether it stays the same, we might as well get started on that, because if there is going to be some changes done, it's going to have to be done within a working year, and we're at this point pushing our time, or pushing, I guess, the applicant's time, or the requester's time for lining up a contractor if there is work to do. As far as engineering firms, I'm sure there's a lot of work that I'm sure they're all backed up as it is in general. Luckily, we have an engineer here with us that maybe could, or two, that could lend a bit of comment to some of this. So I'm not too concerned. I just say, let's not kick the can down the road too far. Let's get moving on this. If we're gonna entertain comments from all parties, let's get on it.
So, Ms. McDonald, is that something that you foresee being able to doing a public consultation on this, or a consultation of that group, those who would be, immediately affected?
You want me to take it through you? Sure. Yeah.
Thank
I
you.
mean,
Yeah.
how fast? I don't know, but,
Well, I'm,
and to Councillor McDonald's point, yes, it was brought to us, but does it have to be completed if it's the decision of council to have it completed? Is it in this year? The question would be, we'll come back, I guess, on that.
I guess just a comment to that is
Councillor
let's not tie it up with bureaucracy for no reason. If we're gonna move on it, let's not sit back and wait and then wonder why we can't get it done in time. Let's dragging our feet, let's go.
no, I think based on the severity of the issue that we're dealing with, and, the residents and also the interest clearly that there is in this issue, I think it's, definitely high priority, but hopefully it can be done in not a too onerous way to collect some of this feedback. And I'll take the opportunity just to quickly mention that, I don't know if folks saw the news release that was done, I guess it was a couple of weeks ago, where the province of Quebec was going to be giving some additional funding to MCA to help patrol the waters through that area. So, I mean, that might be, that's outside of this, but I figured I should mention that, maybe that's something also that we should be engaging our provincial counterparts or MPP on, that stuff that, what Quebec is doing. That might be something that we could advocate for here as well. Okay, so Ms. McDonald, you'll take that back and bring us something in maybe in a month. Maybe is that reasonable?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, a month. I think it would be the quickest turnaround to get something on a council agenda. Just, we put our staff reports in a week in advance. So it's,
Yep, okay. So thank you very much, Ms. McDonald. And I see that there's someone in the public who has their hand up, but I know that so I'm going to say that in the council meetings, we at these type of council meetings, we don't take public comment. However, certainly Ms. McDonald is here and the rest of council is here, and our meeting is almost over. So if you want to share comments with individual members, you certainly can. Once the meeting is over, we're going to have a brief break between this and then going into closed session. Okay, so thank you. The next item is, we're at 10E now, is it? Martintown Canada Day. Mayor, ma'am, we'll certainly hear you after the council meeting, but in this case, so that it's fair for everyone in terms of public input, that's why we have to sort of have a organized process where people can provide comment on it. But certainly, I'm happy to speak with you as soon as we take our break before we go into closed.
So what we just addressed right there was we said we'd try to have a public meeting, which is where your comments will be properly documented in the minutes, and it'll be specifically on that issue. This is a meeting at council. We're just asking for staff to bring us some more information. There's no decision to be made this evening.
Yep. Thank you very much, Councillor McDonnell. So next we'll move on to the Martintown Canada Day donation request, which Ms. Campo is going to speak to because it was Mayor Warden, but he's not with us this evening.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. Mayor Warden had asked to add this item on the agenda this evening, and I spoke with Treasurer Hudson prior to the meeting as well. So Mayor Warden was approached by the organizers of the Martintown Canada Day celebrations, seeking a donation from council in the amount of $500 towards the Canada Day celebration coming up in about a week's time. Typically, in the past, we have supported this through the council grants and donations fund. In a perfect world with more timing, we would ask the group to go through the channel of submitting the, I believe we have an application form and a process for that, but given time restraints, Mayor Warden has asked for a resolution to come before council this evening approving their request of $500. And Mr. Hudson, I don't know if you have anything you want to add to that, but essentially, we typically put a resolution through for the auditors just to keep a paper trail of that.
Go ahead, Mr. Hudson.
Through you, Madam Chair. Just by way of background, when the original budget was approved, it was approved for a specific amount and a number of components of that amount. There was an excess that was left, and that excess really is designed for this kind of situation where we will not be exceeding the budget because of this kind of request. Asking for the proper, asking for the resolution is important for the auditors, as Clerk Campo points out.
Yeah.
So there is room in the budget to do this.
Thank you, Mr. Hudson. So we will need, I guess, do I put moved by Lowe? Or?
Typically, we would not have the mayor as the mover or seconder, so he would, had he been here, he would be calling or asking his colleagues around the table for a mover and a seconder.
Councillor Lang, thank you. Just because there's less letters, I'll put Councillor Luck as the seconder. No. All right, so I'll read the rest. Pardon me? Exactly, it's 9:45 or 43. Be it resolved that the council of the town, moved by Councillor Lang, seconded by Councillor Luck. Be it resolved that the council of the Township of South Glengarry hereby authorizes a donation of $500 to the Martintown Canada Day celebration, and that this be allocated from the Grants and Donations Fund. All in favor? Thank you, carried. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so the next item, which we'll be calling 10F, is the Public Works Facility Update, and that's back to Ms. McDonald. Pardon me? Oh, and the fire chief, yes. Is our fire chief still with us? He's there. He sees us. Oh, we might even have audio this time.
Just an audio check.
Yeah, we hear you loud and clear. Thank goodness.
Do you have audio from me now?
Yes, we do.
We have audio?
Yes. He can't.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So whoever amongst the two of you will start, go ahead, please.
Through you, Madam Chair, this was pulled, so I have nothing to say in advance.
Sorry, it's 9:45. Councillor Lang, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I did pull this. I wanted to bring it forward simply because there was an overage of close to $200,000 that we were over on our roads garage. Very happy to see that it's finished and it's been signed off by the building department. But just wanted to mention the overage. Went through the items I did, as I'm sure all the rest of council did, and a lot of them made sense. I'm bringing it forward just that there was some items, 2 items in particular, that were associated with the fact that the project took a lot longer than what we had thought and than what the contractors had thought. And so it ended up going into the wintertime. Some of the costs were associated with wintertime work, you know, tarping and closing and things, heating things for the winter, and this sort of thing. The project was originally scheduled to be finished, I believe, November, then put off again till January, and then ended up being finished in the spring. So I think, like, we're dealing with the taxpayers' money here. I want to take it seriously. Those costs, I would like, my personal thing is I would like staff to go back to the contractors, because I do not believe that the reason that it went into the winter wasn't all our fault, for sure. Very little of it was our fault. Some of it could be COVID, some of it could be, you know, problems they had with staffing or whatever. But I believe a certain amount of the responsibility for the fact that it went over belongs to the contractor that was doing the job. So I would like staff to go back and I think, see if we can't negotiate a bit of that portion of the money. You know, there's some of the other things, you know, they just, things that come up and there was an overage because of certain things that nobody could foresee. But the part where the weather-related stuff, I'd like staff to kind of talk to the Grand Marion and see if they cannot negotiate part of that. We shouldn't have to pay the whole thing. That's my thought on it. That's the reason for bringing it forward.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lang. Certainly, I support what you're saying and what you're asking for. Thank you. So, sorry, Councillor McNeil.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I'll pile on as well. I agree. I don't think we should be bearing the cost of all of that. I think a lot of it was put on us or was passed on to us, and I don't think half of it's fair. I think we should be going back to the contractors, and I think they should know we are very disappointed in them, and that, you know, we've got quite a few jobs that go on in the township, and I don't think it's the best way to put it, I guess. It makes you think whenever you're picking different tenders. So I'd just like them to maybe come back, have a negotiation with this at the table, because I think they're taking advantage of us.
Councillor Luck.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. It's just a question about the contract, just because I think this was before my time, and I didn't get a chance to see the contract itself, but was there any section on liquidated damages for time spent above and beyond substantial completion?
Ms. McDonald, do you want to take that?
Through you, Madam Chair, I also wasn't here.
Chief Robertson, if you're hearing us, are you following the conversation? You might. No.
Can I go ahead, Madam Chair? I had
Go
talked to
ahead.
Chief Robertson today about a certain amount. I do not believe we had anything in place that if it wasn't completed on time, we were going to get any damages. Maybe that's on us. We should have maybe had that in place. And I guess we can't blame the contractor for that. But I don't believe we did, because we were basically 6 months over the time. They would be paying us instead of us paying them if we did.
I will just jump in. I was hoping that, through you, Madam Chair, I was hoping Fire Chief Robertson could have answered, but no, I don't believe there was any liquidated damages. The contract was fairly bare bones and basically referred back to the RFP and the 4 addendums in addition to their submission.
Thank you.
But based on the comments from council, is this, I think, that being set aside, that they're not formal language in the contract about liquidated damages, that there's a sense that there should be some sharing in the delay. So is that, I think the request is to have those discussions with the contractor. Okay. Okay. Good. All right, thank you for that one. And then that would bring us to 10G, our final item in the open session, which is the rate increase, Cornwall Electric, Mr. Hudson. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor McDonald, did you have a comment?
I had pulled it, so I was going to speak to it.
Thank you.
Yes. I saw this update, or the rate increase come across. Does that mean they're going to be able to pay for those LED streetlights they're supposed to put up?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes.
Do we have an idea when they're going to be up? Because I believe it was our first or second budget of this term of council that this started, predating yourself, CAO Mills, and our general manager of infrastructure, and our treasurer.
So, through you, Madam Chair, I can assure you the CEO spent hours on this file. It was transferred to me. We have tried different methods and different ways. We're almost there to have the sign off through Cornwall Electric and our contractor Earthcore subcontractor to get the work done, which will result in significant savings for the township and constituents.
Nope, I
And
thank
I'll
you
look
for
forward to bringing that report back when it's signed off.
I thank you for that. I'm not picking on you so much. It's more of maybe a jab at our partner in this deal. It's been years in the works, and at this point, I think we could have paid those lights off by now. So that's the frustrating part in this, is it's not us as the municipality, it's the taxpayers that actually get that as a charge. So I'd like to see this complete as soon as possible, but I think you know that.
Point taken.
Thank you, Councillor McDonnell, for continuing to bring your passion to this specific topic that, well, is important so that we finally come to resolution on it. Thank you very much. Okay, so that brings us then to the end of our open session. And so we will be moving into closed session, and you're going to have to guide me, Ms. Campo. What do I do at this moment now?
So you're going to read our resolution to go into closed,
Okay.
and then we'll break for a moment.
And then we'll break? Okay. All right, great. So be it resolved that council convene to close session to discuss the following items under section 239, parentheses 2 of the Municipal Act 2001. I read the whole thing? Yeah. Okay. 2, a meeting or part of a meeting may be closed to the public if the subject matter being considered is E, litigation or potential litigation, specifically potential litigation staff report 96/2022. F, advice subject to solicitor-client privilege, specifically legal advice information report. Information explicitly supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board by Canada, a province or territory or a crown agency, specifically information report. Position, plan, procedure, criteria, instruction to be applied to any negotiations, specifically instruction to be applied to negotiations. All in favor? Right? Okay, carried. Thank you. So thank you to members of the public who are watching online. We will be proceeding to close. Moved by Martin Lang, seconded by Rebecca Luck. Be it resolved that council direct administration carry out all actions as specified in the closed session minutes. All in favor? Okay. Carried, thank you. Moved by Rebecca Luck, seconded by Sam Mcnair. Be it resolved that bylaw 45-2022, being a bylaw to adopt, confirm, and ratify all matters dealt with by resolution, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and sealed in open council this 20th day of June, 2022. All in favor? Carried, thank you. Moved by Sam McDonnell, seconded by Martin Lang. Be it resolved that the Council of the Township of South Glengarry adjourn to the call of the chair at 10:59 p.m. All in favor? Carried. Thank you so much. And we will see you all next meeting.